I'm live now. Getting ready to stream from Van Horn, Texas. As soon as my video shows up in YouTube, there it is. Unfortunately, now, good news and bad news. Good news is I just hit 1,000 subscribers today. Yay! Can't believe it. I wasn't expecting it to happen this quickly. Figured it was going to happen a little maybe later this week or something, but got a few extra subs this today while I was sleeping, apparently. Let's see, 5, so 3, 37. I'm gonna shoot. I don't know if I can reach Wilcox. I can try, or maybe I'll try San Simon, Arizona. Okay, I'm doing an 8-2 split, so I only have 537 to work with before I have to stop for a couple-hour break. I've only been here for just over 8 hours, so I'm awake anyway. I'd rather just drive while I'm awake anyway. Bad news on this with 1,000 subs. I thought I'd be able to get off of Streamlabs and stream straight through YouTube, but I can't do that, unfortunately. Maybe it just needs an update. I don't know. Maybe they haven't flipped their switch at YouTube, but I'm going to have to use Streamlabs at least for the time being until I figure that out. Hey, what's up, Jesse? I'll be right back. I'm going to go do a quick look around the truck. Come on. Hey, what's up, guys? No? Not yet. If I want to get a regular wash, I'll take care of that too. This shoe likes to come undone a lot. So I got a double knot it or whatever, just to keep it from happening. Where you at today, Matt and Jesse? Matt, Jesse, I think you're doing a 34, aren't you? Over by the mothership or something, or what's up? And I know, Matt, last time I saw you, you were heading toward California, which is where I'm heading now. Of course, I'm in Van Horn, and I'll be taking this over to Riverside. This is an 8-2 split I'm on right now, since I'm awake anyway. We're gonna go toss this. Oh, okay, you're back on the road. Okay, see you heading westbound. All right. Be right back. Could have done a full 10-hour break, but I don't sleep full 8 hours anyway, and I've actually been awake for the last couple hours. Yeah, I got me a baked potato from Wendy's here. Hey Carl, how's it going? Just stopped at you just stopped here? I'm not the pilot. Where are you at? Are you here still? Because I'm at the pilot right now. 507, you got it. I don't see your truck in the fuel line. There's a black one that's over here. It's been here since I woke up, but I don't think it's you, especially if you just stopped here. And that black one was still sitting there in the parking lot when I came back from getting my drink. You're over on 20. Oh shit, man! Should have told me. There's a JCT leaving right now. Oh, he's a contractor, that BD truck, whatever. I see him running back and forth between Cali and Texas every so often. I think there's two of those guys. I usually see a couple of them pulling our trailers. Alright, yeah, so you're heading eastbound apparently. So I'm not surprised, because I know we crossed paths on, was it here on I-10? I forget. Yeah, I think it was on I-10 in Arizona the other day, right? When I was still on my way out to Rosenberg, and you were on your way into Cali. Headed to Alabama, okay. We're at Brundage or somewhere else? It's a little warm in here. Got 65-degree weather. I only have 537 to work with. The reason why is because I'm doing an 8-2 split. As soon as I got a little bit over 8 hours of sleeper berth time, I went on duty. Okay, so I'd have to add up my hours. It's 828 of total drive time today, but then add in another 106. I think I was just under an hour left on my. Oh wait, no, I had over an hour, because I didn't. I was my 14 that got down to less than an hour. So basically 826 plus 106, so 828. So 934 is what I actually used. So how that works is I just. Okay, 934, take that away from 11. That means I had an hour and 26 minutes to go on my 11-hour clock when I shut down here. Now, how it ends up at 5:37 is because whatever drive time I did before I took a 2-hour break. Remember, I took a 2-hour nap when I ended the last stream. And I intentionally did at least 2 hours just for this exact purpose. Because if you don't do 2 hour break, you're not going to get drive time back. So you see right there, I did 2:03 of nap time. So all this drive time that preceded the 2 hour break, I get it back. So it's 2:10 plus 11, that's 2:21. Come on. 221 plus 112, that's 321, 331, 333. And then I get this also, 433, 439. So 439 plus an hour and 26. It should be in that right ballpark. Or, well, I think something around there. So that's kind of how the 8-2 split works. It's most effective when you do a 2 hour break in the middle of the shift before you do the 8 hour sleeper berth. You can do 8 hour sleeper berth, but that's more effective. Let's just say if your 14 hour clock prevented you from getting to a particular place, like maybe to a shipper or something, and maybe you know you're going to sit for 2 hours at the shipper, but you have the drive time to get there. You just didn't have the 14 hour time to get there. That's the time where I'd be okay with just doing an 8 hour and then run out whatever's left on my clock. Because, like I said, if you didn't do at least a 2 hour break on the previous shift, you're not getting any drive time back than what you already ended the previous shift with. So if I had ended with an hour and 26 left on my drive clock, that's all I'd have to work with after 8 hour sleeper berth. But since I did 2 hour break in the middle of the previous shift, now I get the drive time prior to that back. Okay, I'm gonna get rolling here. I'm kind of guessing San Simon, which is just a little bit inside Arizona, before I shut down for my mandatory 2 hour break. We'll see how it goes. I might be able to reach Wilcox, but now how I'm figuring this out, I got 537. If I average out 60 miles an hour, that's 6 times 5 is 300. Or 60 times 5 is 300, and then add 37, that's 337 mile range. Okay, I got 140 miles of Texas to do, and 165 or so of New Mexico to do. That's 305. So that tells me I can get about 30 or so miles into Arizona before I have to shut down. Okay, Arizona is 390 miles across, so that'll get me to about the 360 or so mile marker in all likelihood, and that's enough to get me to San Simon, but not enough to get me to Wilcox. Now, mind you, I will be running 70 miles an hour, so there's a possibility I can still reach Wilcox, but I'm not going to trip plan for it. I'm going to trip plan for San Simon, and then then I can decide from there if I have the time left still, I can, or if I have enough to reach Wilcox, whether to go ahead and go to Wilcox or end it in San Simon. That's what's cool about those Leprino loads. Every time whatever I do end up picking up loads up there, I always get some interesting destinations, that places that JCT doesn't normally go to. They tend to be slow as hell loads, but I like the variety that comes with them. Like, I had one, I think, I had one that I picked up there, went to Pennsylvania somewhere, a couple times. And the Saputo loads are the same way. That one's in Tulare. Like, I had a Saputo load that went up to Quakertown, PA, but I ended up swapping off of it. Or you get up in like Illinois or wherever. There's places that you just don't normally see us really run. And it's kind of nice actually, because I like the variety. routine too, especially if I'm getting good miles out of it. But sometimes variety's not a bad thing at all, especially when I have to trip plan for it because I don't know the particular area the greatest. Yeah, I remember you, Daniel Finney, who else was it? Ed, what's his name? Ed, whoever, I think all three of you guys were picking up Leprino loads that same day. £43,000, you got a heavy one. Where's this girl, like 77, 78,000? And I've also been to what's that other Walmart DC over there? I think Auburn, or wait, not Auburn. One that's over by Auburn, Alabama. What's the hell's that name of that one there? I forget. It's been a while since I've been there. Opelika? Get to 77 420s. Okay, it's not too bad. Definitely kind of heavy, but. Because I can usually handle about 45.5 or so total before I'm maxing out, and that sounds about right. I don't know, maybe you just have to up. I was at 995 when I started my last stream, and my growth rate had only been about maybe do another 300 or so to get from there to perhaps Tonopah, Arizona, or maybe even a little further west than that by the end of my shift. In good shape. You know, have a big good shape for the last leg there going into Cali. If I get RG, Sean, I was just talking about you in Scotty's feed before I went on duty. There was a guy in there who's from Ohio. Hey Eric, how's it going? Yeah, I had a bad connection right there because the hill. Looks like it should be better now. I did not stream the second half of my previous shift because there was a big chunk there. I can't stream anything either. When I went through there the other day, it was my stream actually timed out on me because it went so long without a connection. So I'm just making. You did some kind of hike or whatever up a hill or something. That's one of my favorite activities when I'm home and not lounging around is going hiking. But yeah, I like going mountain hiking. Go to the tops of mountains. It's amazing views that you can get up there at the tops of hills. Pictures don't do them justice either. You get such a more amazing view when you see it in person. Man, I can't believe Matt Mosley went by my truck without realizing it. And I was parked right right, facing right at the fuel island too. There's no way you could have not seen my truck. Yeah, that is so true, Sean. Some 4s and 5s that went through that area too. Mississippi. Okay, yeah, I remember you talking about the tornado in Seneca. Probably got some more buffering going on now. Might be like that for a bit until I get past the Sierra Blanca area and, you know, maybe over into Esperanza. What the hell are you going off for? I'm not even anywhere near that line. Friggin' 3 feet away from the line and it still buzzes on me. Figure that one out. Oh, that's right, I forgot, yeah. Now, I had a bad connection there in Van Horn. It was slow, so there really wasn't much of anything I did there online while I was there. Spent very little bit of time online this morning when I got there, and then I went to sleep and slept pretty well for one time I was there. Got at least 5, almost 6 hours of sleep. That's I probably get 6 hours, which is pretty good for me. Sure if I'm subscribed to BRT because I don't normally see that he's streaming. I've seen him as a recommendation, but and I have seen some of his videos, but I don't know that I'm not even certain that I'm subscribed to him. Gotta double check on that. Once in a blue moon, I've been known to watch JBG Travels. Well, it's not too many other people out there. Well, yeah, Mish and Scotty are the two that I'm most likely to watch. And then, of course, people like my friends, if they have streaming or generally, people I know personally, I'm more likely to watch them. Yeah, hey, they're friends and stuff, but I have enough other things going on when I'm not in the driver's seat that a lot of times I don't have time to be sitting there watching other people's driving shifts or whatever. Not always able to keep up with everybody. so on, I think on Facebook or whatever it was. Because I'll watch his if he happens to post it in the Critter Corner chat. Mile marker. It's about 15 miles or so from Sierra Blanca. This is in Texas, by the way, for anybody just tuning in. Westbound on Interstate 10, basically west of Van Horn, which is where I started my shift. Van Horn is about 45 miles west of where I-10 and I-20 meet up. In case anybody needs help finding it on the map. Probably stop in, I don't know, maybe Vado, New Mexico. Maybe stop there for fuel. It'll be roughly half my distance too. It's about 150 miles total, so yeah, not quite half the distance that I plan to run before I stop for my 2-hour break. Accidents that happen on the Autobahn are a lot of times foreign drivers too. I mean, like foreign truck drivers. Another JCT driver when I went in to go when I woke up and went in to use the restroom and grab a bite to eat, he came in at the same time, and he's actually been with us for 14 years. I knew he looked familiar. I swore I'd seen him before, and sure enough, I looked it up, and I did know the name with the truck, and I never swapped with him before, so I had to have chatted with him somewhere out on the road along the way sometime. Yeah, that doesn't help the situation when you got cars doing 150 plus. Good argument for why variation of speed is a bad thing. And you know what's funny is the Autobahn was originally designed with military and supply in mind. That's how the Eisenhower interstate system here in the U.S. became about, is because of General Dwight D. Eisenhower was the 5-star general over there in World War II. realize just how useful, how strategically valuable the Autobahn was there in Germany to their defense. And once he realized how great it was for Germany, with their supply channels, and he decided it was an absolute must that we had something like that here as well. That's how the interstate system came about here in the U.S. Europe is 10 years away from replacing truck drivers altogether. I don't know how they're going to do that. Automate the trucks so much, but there's you still got to have drivers to interact with shippers and receivers and all that. And I don't think that's an economically wise thing to do anyway, because look how many people rely on the trucking industry, truck drivers, whatever, or even dispatchers, whatever, to fuel this industry. And you have that many people losing jobs because they're getting replaced by robots or robotic trucks, then it's not a good thing for the for overall long-term economy. I am all for some forms of automation, but only to an extent. Truck drivers here in the U.S. as far as I know, and just imagine if most of those people are unemployed because of their jobs being supplanted by freaking robots. It's going to put a lot of people on the unemployment line, and it's not good for the economy. What they've been doing here in the U.S. is the idea has been to run robots on the over the road part. I go from a hub to a hub, and then at each hub, going out for the more local stuff, have an actual driver doing it. The sun is setting pretty fast. one of the interstate construction standards is that the access ramps have to be at least a mile apart. At least in urban areas, they have to be at least a bunch of other standards too, like how high the bridge clearance is supposed to be. But depending on if you're in a in rural areas, the standard is 17 feet or more. And then they also have like a standard dimension that the right shoulder is supposed to be, and as a minimum, how wide the shoulder or the median is supposed to be. You know, the paved surface on the shoulder and the median, whatever. Also, how far apart the opposing directions of traffic are supposed to be. There, and there are some areas, like say in Nietzsche's neck of the woods, where you might see an interstate with a bridge clearance of less than 14 feet. You're like, how can that be? If the standard is 14 feet, then how can there be interstate bridges that are below that? The reason for that is because those bridges existed before the interstate system existed, and when it was just U.S. highways, which had a lower construction standard. And when they did the interstates, it was not economically feasible for them to, or not cost effective for them to redesign it so that it would meet the construction standard. So older cities like Chicago, New York, and all that, you're more apt to find areas where the construction does not meet the current interstate construction standard. Parts of the Autobahn bank like NASCAR tracks. I think I've heard that before. But I've heard of it. It's a good idea. Our roads here are big prime. I think the embankments there that he's talking about is not so much for flood control as it is for making it safer to maneuver around curves at higher speeds. Now, I'm about to pass by the Border Patrol checkpoint here just west of Sierra Blanca. Of course, it's eastbound only checkpoint. I will be going by a checkpoint on the westbound side in New Mexico, about 20 or so miles west of Las Cruces. Yeah, I'm going to sound the horn. XPO Expediter trucks. I've seen them around, but usually always they're LTL trucks, like double pups. Into Esperanza, Texas now. Just a few more miles, right around this curve. LLC out of El Paso. Never heard of it. Kids on there, but and then I know they had problems. Well, one of the kids had drug problems, I guess, and yeah, what's his name? That other dude that other captain always acts like a little bitch. I got tired of listening to his ass. Act like a bratty little child half the time. Fucking loose cannon. I don't remember his name. I'd recognize him if I saw his face, or if I saw his name, probably. He's the Norwegian or whatever the hell he was. Scandinavian guy, whatever, the blonde hair, right? I think it was usually him and his brother together. I actually like those guys. One I'm thinking of, I think it's either, I can't remember. I can't remember if he's American or Canadian or what. Thinking if he has, if I remember right, does he have a beard? I can't remember. Yeah, I always, for some reason, I always liked Phil the most, or one of the most. He's had more of that laid-back attitude, and was a little more cool, whatever, and plus, he had his sons on the boat with him, so it was like a whole family thing going on. But I hate to say it, but I'm not surprised that he ran into that health problem that killed him. Because he was always drinking energy drinks and smoking and all that. It's a bad combo. names of some the other captains who've been on there since the earlier years. Maybe I'll remember it if I see it. I know he was usually. It could have been what's his name, one of the hill strands. I don't know. So I remember Captain Phil was the captain of the Cornelia Marie, and I'm trying to remember the names of all the other vessels. Fiery temper, isn't he? He always frequently yell at his people. Pretty sure he's the one I was thinking of. I couldn't stand that guy. At times he can be a pretty decent guy, but I couldn't stand that freaking childish little bitch attitude of his. Where he came from. What kind of examples he was learning from. Freaking childish dad of his taught him well. Yeah, the Hanson brothers, I like the Prime or two of them. And I know it's not Prime. Going too fast to be Prime. Pretty sure it's an MVT logo I see. I've been wrong though. I was doing 70 when you passed me. Now this guy in front of me is doing at least 70. Hey, what's up, Cody? Any updates on your truck? I'll give you a call, Cody. Or you can call me, whichever. That's an independent. I'm feeling I'm going to be back and forth with them. Cody's. Hey, what's up? There's the JCT going the other way. Couldn't see much else though. Too dark. Yeah, I lost service. You can call me back. Looks like it's back up now. Well, you can't even drive because it's a piece of shit. And, yeah, it's a bad situation in every way. Even for them, it's difficult. Uh, Mods, yeah. Yeah, it's just we were having fun the other night. I don't really need mods, but we're just kind of having some fun, and I can't undo it now. So, well, once I could stream live on yeah straight through YouTube, I might be able to. But and I just hit 1,000 subs today, but it still won't let me stream straight through YouTube. Oh, okay. What? No. Yeah, she does. Ah, yeah, yeah. It's probably well. It probably feels like there's not really anything she can do for you either. Hmm. Yeah, you might need to talk to Tyler or somebody and say, "Hey, look, this is bullshit. I got a brand new truck I can't even drive. I can't make money, and I came here and with certain, expectations, and I can't even move my damn truck because this thing won't let me move it." Yeah, yeah. Then Brian, I guess, never responds to you, so it's need to get to the bottom of it. Why is he not responding to you? Yeah. You have things going on you have financial stuff to take care of too, and when you want to be rolling and you can't, yeah, I understand it's stressful. Yeah, Yeah, and a lot of those new trucks, KWs, are doing that too. My honest opinion, I don't think so. When I see when I see as many people posting about various electrical and electronic kind of problems with their T680s, and they're all new, or they're all like 2020 model trucks, it's hey, it sounds like a really bad design there. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Seems like software coding or video problem the people having is bad coding, and they had to do an update on the, I guess, replace the stereos, whatever, with new ones that had updates done to them, and they're having the same kind of problem that you're having. Yeah, or people having like alternator problems with a brand new KW or whatever else, and so it's just those damn things with electrical issues. I wouldn't touch any of those damn things with a 10-foot pole. Yeah, would be fine with the 2018 or 19 Freightliner. I've not heard much for problems. And you can, and then if you can't get results with her, talk to yeah, he's the fleet manager. It, you just go to switches in one position, or look for absence of that when it's in a different position, or whatever. And then if everything checks out on that end, you hook it back up and go down the until you find where they're not acting correctly. with annoying traffic as it would a few hours earlier. Probably make a fuel stop in Vado, New Mexico, and then running into Arizona from there. Story time, I'm not good at those. It's one day at band camp. I did some naughty things with a flute. I'm trying to keep it at least somewhat appropriate. Minutes away, 5 miles from Loop 375. But man, I can't believe how many 41, 42, whatever number trucks I'm seeing now with A's on them. How many people are coming here and not staying a very long time before they leave. I've done some little some exploring and some deep and dark crevices with it, though. I'm not saying it was mine. Let's just get that out there, okay? You can use your imagination. It could have been mine. It could have been somebody else's. And it could have been male. Could have been female. Sometimes I am a nice guy, but not always. Yeah, that reminds me. A girlfriend I had when I first moved into my house that I had in San Jacinto. I remember when she and I first got together. She was like shocked when she found out I was even a drinker. She thought I was like this totally, like clean image kind of guy, both in looks and in terms of my behaviors. And then she found out otherwise. I don't drink to get drunk, but yeah, I'm no stranger to having a beer or whatever. Because I met her through bowling. A mutual friend of ours introduced me to her. That's how we hooked up. So I used to bowl very actively in several leagues. Bonus points here for whoever goes on bowl.com and looks my profile up or my info up and finds out what my best average was. I got Loop 375 coming up here. Oh man, I remember those beer frames. Yeah, no. Well, look, that's talking about there. A beer frame is actually a thing when you bowl in leagues. If everybody but one person on the team gets a strike on the same frame, then the person who did not get the strike has to buy beer the next round of beer. Doing it myself. I had a lot of fun doing that with, just the whole social aspect guess I always had a huge hook on my ball when I threw it, so you know, a lot of people are like, how the hell do you do that? So I knew how to do it in a way that didn't trash up my fingers or hands and wrists a lot too bad. It's, you know, where it's really just let my thumb come out and just follow through, and it would spin. Game was $2.99. I guess this is story time now. Damn it, Icon. This is real storytelling. Or I guess real biographical storytelling, I guess. Yeah, I used to bowl in, let's see, which was, it was in Barstow. I don't remember if it was in a scratch league or a different one. Because I used to bowl in scratch leagues too. Used to be in one that I regularly was in Barstow, and then there was also when I lived in San Jacinto, but actually over by Menifee. They used to bowl in a scratch league in Hemet also. The one in Hemet, well, I don't know, I guess. No, I was going for a perfect game, and then of course, you know, you get a little nervous when you get into that situation there. Oh my God, I've thrown 11 consecutive and got one more to go. If all I need is this last strike and I got a perfect game, and I think I got a little too excited or whatever, threw it a little bit too hard, and then it hit a little light on the head pin, and I remember it left a 10 pin. Like, fuck. Yeah, I was pissed. I've actually done quite a few 11 strike games. God, I had one. I used to bowl in Moreno Valley a lot, and even when I wasn't bowling leagues, we'd do pot games a lot, where you know a bunch of us would get together on a couple lanes and you know put money together, pitch money in, and you know basically bowl scratch games against each other, and whoever won the game won the pot for that game. And God, I remember this guy named Mark Dyer. He used to run the pro shop there. He's a really good bowler. He's a lefty, and I remember I had one game where I shot a 267. You know, I had an open frame at the end, in the first frame. You know, a 7. I think it's a 7 and a miss or whatever. And then I went off sheet with strikes the rest of the way. I still lost to Mark. He threw a perfect game against me. I was so mad. But that dude was good. And let's see, I had another one when I was in that scratch league in Hemet. Shot a 288 and still got beat by one of my own teammates. It's like, damn. But that's, I had a lot of fun doing it. Never really, you know, it used to make a big deal out of having big games, you know, earlier, I guess, for a while. Then I kind of settled down and used to not, taught myself to not get so pissed off when things aren't going my way. And I used to have a bad temper about it. And I kind of mellowed out, and I got even better too. So my best average, I can't remember, was it 215 or something like that? I know I finished one summer league in Moreno Valley with a 210, and I want to say I had another season where I had like a 215 or 214 or something like that. German bowling. What is German bowling? Jim also shot a 299, huh? 187 200 average is just a matter of what spares you're not picking up. That's it, normally. Might be some difference in average strikes per game, but all it takes to get a 200 average on top of what you already have there is just pick up more spares, or give yourself easier spares to pick up when you do have to throw a second shot. That was the biggest difference for me, is going from like 6 and 7 pin totals on the first throw, and then sometimes missing the spares, versus having an 8 and 9 pin fall totals on the first if they're not strikes, and having easier times picking them up and fewer splits. Yeah, I always use the 16 also. I should be in there. I'll look it up later, but maybe it's been too long. I don't know, but I used to. Yeah, there used to be one. Used to be the information in there for me. Get my balls drilled with about a quarter offset, with the weight offset, to make it a little bit more lopsided, whatever, and then that way it'd snap more at the back end of the further back in the lane, and it'd snap hard at the back end. Some differences would be like I never used a wrist brace like a lot of people do. I would use finger inserts but no thumb insert, because I wanted my thumb to be able to fit in there comfortably but come out easily when I needed it to. On the radio now. Come on, JCT, get out of the lane. I'm like, come on, driver. The speed limit's 60, and I'm doing more than 60. You got a problem with that tough shit? Go around me if you don't like it. Now I'm clear of the other truck, but I got this Honda coming up here. Now he's gonna move over and find out why I haven't moved over yet. Watch. That's not a Honda, that's a Chevy. Yeah, he did try to move over. I don't think I was hanging out there for nothing. boy, look at that star on the side of the mountain. Yeah, they're not Cowboys fans. It's a pretty good sized star though. Don't know how well you guys can make out that it's a star up there. I know you guys can see it on the screen. I just couldn't tell how well you can see what it is that you're seeing. Says use a semi-fingertip grip. Okay, basically what that means for those guys who aren't avid bowlers is that the fingers go so far, they go about halfway between the first and second knuckle before they stop. Whereas when I bowl, I use what's called a fingertip grip, which means only up to the first knuckle goes into the ball, the end of the holes, whatever. My thumb goes all the way in, but my fingers, they only go into the first knuckle. And then you have a full grip, which is your fingers go all the way into the ball. So yeah, you tend to see more of the straight throwers, straight bowlers, either use a full grip or the semi-tip grip like Jim is talking about, and then maybe tweeners, as we call them. Basically guys who don't put a lot of spin in the ball off the bat, but the ball develops its own roll, and actually you can still throw a curve. That can still curve at the later on. That's what you call a tweener. Those guys might use, I don't know, maybe a semi-tip grip or maybe fingertip. Then you got guys like me who are often called crankers. Yeah, we call them crankers because we crank the shit out of the ball and get a ton of spin on the ball as soon as it comes off our hand. And then it creates really large hooks on the back end of the lane. We tend to always use the fingertip grip. That's on the U.S. side, so I don't know. Maybe, they are sister cities though. El Paso and Juarez, they're, just one's on the U.S. side, one's on the Mexican side, and they're right next to each other, so. I would think that it's something more El Paso specific, but you never know. I don't know if they got maybe a high school team or something, or, it's all these Mustangs all flying, or 3 Mustangs and a Charger. Off to my left, not to my right. So I can find it. heard it's called Moonlight Madness or Honey Bowl or whatever. Like you were saying, though, usually what happens there now, for those of you guys who don't bowl, usually on like a Friday night or Saturday night or whatever, particularly, they'll replace two of the pins, the normal pins, with colored pins. So one will be red and one will be blue. And depending on the positions of the pins, if you you call in, you let make sure the person up at the counter sees it. And if you throw a strike with a certain pin, with the pin in a certain position, like say the head pin is a red pin, then you would win something. Or maybe it was the 7 and the 10. Then you do a strike with something else, and so on. It always made for fun. When I was stationed in Tucson, there's a bowling alley there on Miracle Mile I used to always go to with my girlfriend's family. We'd go there practically every Friday, Saturday night, whatever it was. Saturday night, because I was usually at work on Friday nights. Best Mexican food in America in El Paso. I'm sure they got some good Mexican food here, but I'm gonna have to beg to differ on that. Best Mexican food in America is at my house when my wife makes it. I will say I do like that little Mexican place at the Texas 87 truck stop here on I-10 in Esperanza. Not too many places outside of California I like the Mexican food, but that's actually one I do like. Sometime and try the food my wife makes. Or another one that makes good authentic Italian, good authentic Mexican food that truckers have access to is in Yuma. That TNA facility that I go to pick up loads sometimes. They have a cafe there. It's a Mexican cafeteria, whatever. And they make authentic Mexican food, and I really like it. We provide. My wife makes it. What are you talking about buying? We just need the ingredients and she makes it herself. Me personally, no. There's no way I'll do that 72-ounce steak challenge. If I was still active duty Air Force and could eat like I was able to eat back then, I would definitely try it. But nowadays, no. There's no way. I gotta be realistic. There's no way I'm gonna be able to eat that much. days are over. But I did see somebody when I stopped there and ate there, a couple months ago. While I was waiting to order my food, there was somebody actually finished it in about, I think they said 48 minutes or something like that. Shut up. First taste of realization that I was not so young anymore was when I was in Guam. How old was I? Like 35 or something like that? Yeah, I want to say I was 35 when I was in Guam. And, and a lot of us, we'd go to the enlisted club there to hang out and have drinks, and they'd have food specials going on during the week, whatever. So I'd go there, with all my friends who I was working with. And of course, most of us are, it can be anywhere between 20s, 30s, 40s, even 50s. But we're in there, I'm just with my crowd of people, and I start realizing that about 80% of the people in there were people who were barely like early 20s, and they actually looked a lot younger than me. Like, holy shit, man! I didn't realize. Never realized. I never really felt old. It's just, hey, enjoy life, and age is just a number. Who cares? But then once I realized, the club there was full of people who were barely in their early 20s, so if even that, and it was at least a little bit of a reality check that, hey, you're not so young anymore. But it doesn't bother me either. It's just, holy shit, man, these kids are young. And then right around the time I retired, it also get and I would get the other end of this too when I first started. Yeah, when I first joined the reserves and found out there were people who I was serving with who first enlisted before I was even born. And I went the other way too. When it was time for me to retire, there were a few people around there who were born after the day I enlisted. Tells you how fast time flies too, but also how quickly you can age as well. In some ways you can tell I'm my age, because I have had people tell me I look like I'm in my 40s, and mainly it's because the skin and stuff. But if you were to just look at my hair, you would have no idea I was as old as I am, because I have a full set of hair still, and I don't have gray hair either. clicks either, because sometimes the lane conditions change. And what I mean by it is because they oil the lanes. They might oil like a certain number of boards heavily. There's like 40 boards going across the lane from left to right, and they might oil the middle 20, and then like the last 8 or 10 on each side near the gutter, they'll put minimal amount of oil, and they'll oil it. It'll just be minimal amount, but then they'll only oil it down so far down the lane before they stop oiling. And they change how far they oil it too. Sometimes it might only go like 35 feet down. Sometimes it might go 45 feet down. It's a 60 feet from where the foul line is to where the head pin is, or to the pit at least. So yeah, it can actually be a little challenging at times when you have to figure out what the way the lanes are oiled, and then how your ball is going to react to it when you're warming up and practicing, and then that way you have some kind of an idea of what line to play. And then while you're throwing, bowling, especially when you have other people who have even more so if they have different types of lines that they throw. Sometimes they track the oil down that it crosses over your line, and it'll make it to where you can throw the same thing exact same way all day, but your ball will start reacting differently as the game or the night progresses, and you have to make adjustments to it. James earlier today, after I woke up, that I hit 1,000 today. I was kind of surprised by that. Pleasantly, of course, but I wasn't expecting that to happen for maybe another couple of days. Yeah, Jim, come to California and we can do that. Make a trip down there, because you're in Seattle, if I remember right. I'll have to figure out tomorrow, because I tried to stream straight through YouTube, but it wouldn't let me. So I don't know if maybe I'm literally right at 1,000 and just need to be one higher, or maybe there's a daily switch thing that goes on that YouTube hasn't done yet, or maybe there's something else going on that I don't think it's something to do with my account setup, because I have a verified account and I have 1,000 now, and as far as I know, I have all the criteria met. So I'm not really sure why it wouldn't let me stream live straight through YouTube tonight. places, but now I can get fuel at other places for less than this. Yeah, I've been seeing increasing signs of them wanting to reopen the economy, though. Until there's a lot of impatience where they really do need to get it reopened up. But I know their main concern is opening it too soon too, where they undermine all the efforts that have already been made. In New Mexico now. Way station coming up in a few, and then I'm going to get off the freeway at the 155 to get fuel. Yeah, that's cheap. Down there, or are you continuing on? Okay. Sound like about you're done for the day, or are you just on a 30, or what? Motto 7 miles. Yeah, I remember you saying you're going to Alcala, Alabama, or something like that. Motion sensor. About to get the transponder signal now. Green light. Okay, you're going to end in Abilene. All right. So you got another 150 or so miles, or what is that? Not even more than that. A couple hundred or something like that, isn't it? I forget what mile marker Abilene's at. 15:30, load due there. Okay. Yeah, mine's due Thursday morning at 5 a.m. I will be there tomorrow night around, I think around 7:30 in the evening or so. No, not yet. So what Eric's talking there about there is normally it gives different audible tones depending on whether you get a green light or a red light. It's supposed to sound like dee 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 kind of sound if you get a green light, and then it's longer tones like dee dee dee, something like that when it's a red light. But mine just gives one solid long tone regardless of what color I get, and so I have to actually look at the transponder to see what color it's giving me. If it needs new batteries. I've had this truck for 2 years, and I don't think I've ever replaced the batteries in that thing or replaced the unit. The thing definitely lasts a lot longer than those big white brick units that Sierra England trucks use. The Sierra England units, those big white brick ones they use, oh man, they usually only lasted me about 6 months before I'd have to replace them. See, at $2.05 a gallon over here at the Shell station now I'm going to stop at. See, at both the Shell and the VSI, whatever the hell that truck stop is across the street. VTS, whatever it's called. A fuel stop, and it'll continue on into Arizona or toward Arizona, whatever. I'll end this stream in Arizona though. What are you doing? You don't have to stop. It says yield, dumbass. You see a freaking car anywhere near in sight? I don't. I remember my first time looking at the yield sign too. Maybe you should read the vehicle, the driver handbook again and learn what a. Oh my God! Are you kidding me? Good God! Yeah, seriously. I remember my first time using a roundabout too. This far without realizing your headlights weren't on. Get some real winners here. And I'll go here. Drink or anything else like that. I just need fuel. Max out my tanks here, so, and from from here, it should be able to get all the way into California, no problem with what I have. I mean, once I'm full. It's got 155 plus 390. This, it's we'll just say about 4. No, I'm not playing this game again. I used the same pump last time and forgot it's broke down there. And the last time I couldn't fill up either because that freaking passenger side thing was where the satellite pump was in op. This is Vado, New Mexico. VADO. Exit 155. Alright, be right back. further forward. I intentionally stopped a little further back because the pumps are slanted. So I wasn't sure if my passenger side was going to reach. lights were all lit up correctly. My front amber lights, I have 2 lights on the bar, on each bar or whatever. I just replaced one of them on the you're still trying to pinpoint where I'm at? I'm in Vado, New Mexico, I-10, just 10 miles away from the Texas line. I'm halfway between the Texas line and Las Cruces. It's a Chevron station. It was a Chevron station, but it just got bought out by Shell. They're actually literally in the middle of switching over the signage and decor and all that kind of stuff for Shell's standard. But yeah, it used to be a Chevron station. There's a place across the street called VTS Truck Stop. That should help. Clear both directions. And go back through the roundabouts to get back on westbound 10. Or it's NTS, that's what it is. NTS, not VTS. Wait on this guy pulling the Central Coast. It's a pain in the ass getting in and out of roundabouts sometimes. 4-wheelers are the absolute worst part of these roundabouts. No courtesy whatsoever. Everyone follows each other, stays tight on each other, and can never get in sometimes unless you barge your way in. The old sign means you don't have to stop. You keep rolling. You only stop if there's traffic with the right-of-way that's in the area that you have to wait for. Why that car couldn't figure that out, I don't know. And apparently they didn't know which. It almost looked like they wanted to go left through the roundabout instead of right, which is illegal. It's the wrong way. Get fuel in Van Horn. I got all my first fill up right at the Pilot that I was at in Beasley, and this was the only other fill up I've done since then. I might do a little top off when I get into the western Arizona area, just I don't know. I might not do that running all the way into California with what I have. I might need to buy a little bit to get out of California, but shouldn't be too much. But the fuel there is more expensive than what I just bought right now. Because I just stopped in Lordsburg on the way out this way with the last load. So no, it's a better price there in Vado. That's why I stopped there. They'll probably I don't know. Well, no. If I were on let's just say I knew I had another load that I'd be doing this pay period, maybe at that Chevron station off, or whatever it is, off exit 5. It used to be Chevron. I think they might have changed it though. Exit 5 in Arizona. Just before you get into Ehrenberg. They tend to have decent prices too, and it tends to be better than the Flying J there in Ehrenberg. Into the east end of Las Cruces, and I see some high clouds up there. Or yeah, well, maybe not too high, but there's a bit of cloud cover there. Look like it'll go away eventually, though. Yeah, I'm getting too much light now. I'm having a hard time telling which part is the clouds and which part is the night sky, but yeah, I'm pretty sure the lighter color I'm seeing is the clouds. In which case, it looks like it won't be too far west of Las Cruces before I get into a clear area. What am I seeing up here? I'm seeing brake lights coming on up here. That explains it. Left on my clock. 3:12 now. That's 180, 192 for the range. Yeah, I think I'm about to 150, so that'll allow me to get about 40 miles in, which would put me just shy of Wilcox. Got an accident here or something, or what? What is this? Oh, a truck got pulled over by it. Yeah, a truck got pulled over by a cop. That's what it was. Much distance as I can out of this 537 before I stop for my 2-hour break. That way I have more coming back after I do, because I'm going to do another 8-2 split. I'm going to do the 2-hour break that I have to do because I didn't do a full 10. And then I can run out the rest of my shift. Then I can do another 8-hour sleeper berth, and then after the 8-hour sleeper berth, I get back whatever drive time that I do before tonight's 2-hour break, on top of the whatever I still have left at the end of my shift. So if I have, like, let's just say maybe an hour left on my 11-hour clock when I shut down for the day, and let's say I run 5 hours before I stop for my 2-hour break, then when I get through with the 8-hour sleeper berth, I'll have 6 hours to work with on the last leg, which will be more than I need to run from western Arizona into Riverside. It's an efficient way to run because then I don't need to take any 30-minute breaks or whatever. In the fact that for me, sometimes hey, I'm awake anyway, why don't I just go ahead and drive, and then I'll worry about getting more rest when I actually feel like I want to sleep, or feel like I'm more ready to sleep. Kind of like I did early this morning when I stopped at that picnic area over, where was that? I think east of Junction or somewhere over that way, wherever I ended up, I can't remember. Starting to like the International, okay. What attention? Should probably just stay in the middle lane because I think this lane's going to turn into an exit only lane for I-25 in a minute. I-25 coming up. That's the next exit. Should be very easy to find on the map. Staying on 10, so I'm going to move over just in case. Yep, sure enough. Why are you on the right shoulder in the first place if you're able to move your truck? Never stop on the right shoulder. Unless it's absolutely necessary. Automatic lights, and when you turn the wipers on, the headlights come on too. Fuck that, I hate automatic headlights. Automatic headlights is why you always see stupid people out here with their no tail lights on, but they got headlights on. Because they don't realize half the time that the only thing that comes on are the headlights, and the tail light, no other lights do come on. Yeah, you might like it. That's your call, but I don't like automatic lights. Also, when I was in the Air Force, it was common practice standard practice when you showed up at the gate to come on base. At night, it was expected that you turn off your headlights, so you're not shining your headlights at the guard who's trying to make sure that nobody, that it's safe. The only people who come on base are supposed to be on base. And that they're not going to get shot or whatever by somebody they can't even see. Then when they started putting the automatic headlights in vehicles, and there was an adjustment there where the guards would get pissy at first. I'm like, I can't do anything about it. I can't control it. The lights come on automatically. And then you can't turn them off, and you can't avoid shining your lights at them as you approach. Sean, Sean Goodman, you still on here? Sean's a veteran too, he can tell you about that as well. Alright, going through the core of Las Cruces now. with the windshield wipers on is not a bad idea, I'd say, but because there are a lot of people who don't understand the importance of having them on and forget to turn them on. So I can see value in that, but automatic lights in general, no. I don't like them at all. Tested it with your trailer and your lights are on. Or you turn the switch on into it. Okay. Yeah, that's a good idea. Those of you guys who drive for a living, you know, like Eric, Matt Mosley, Cody, and all them, you guys all know very well, especially when you're driving through city areas, how often you see people with headlights on but no tail lights, and a lot of times it's brand new looking vehicles too. So you can't say that it's someone with an older vehicle with wiring problems, like or a blown fuse, whatever. It's I've seen people with almost brand new vehicles that do that, and it tells me that they're not turning their headlight switches on. And they're making dumb assumptions that the tail lights come on automatically when the headlights do. Anytime you're on a 2-lane road, you should definitely have headlights on. Whether you turn them on manually or they come on themselves, I don't care. But yeah, they should absolutely be on during on those kind of conditions. Here. What do I smell like? Can't tell if it's sewer or trash or a factory of some sort. I don't know. It's not a very pleasant smell though. DRLs, daytime running lights, is that what that is? Shit plant, yeah, and it does smell like it was probably sewer. It wasn't super strong, but it was enough to notice. truckers. I still got 2:58 left on my clock. So should leave me right around an hour to go on my clock by the time I get into Arizona. That should be enough to get me to Wilcox. It's only 50 miles from the Arizona line to Wilcox, and if I do 70 miles an hour, it should easily cover it. Uphill grade, I can't get any speed built up so I can pass him. What? You had a chicken and they told you had to go pay the farmer for the chicken? It's like, what the hell is the chicken doing outside? It's a closed area. Alright, James, have a good night. sure if Cody's on here right now, but his truck is not fixed yet. They haven't been able to figure it out. It's really stressing him out too. I don't blame him. Jim, the answer to that is if you're driving a 2020 Kenworth T680, probably a fair amount, but my truck, not that often. I only ever seem to have coolant system problems or after treatment system problems with this truck. Sylvia has a question for me when I get up. She should check YouTube and see that I'm actually driving. Let me see what's up. I don't know if I had it. Let's see. Can't remember if I got her current number or not. Wait on this truck to go by first though. I know have Sylvia on Facebook. Sylvia, I think she's still, I don't remember, she's still using Chassis on there. Sylvia Rosemary Grace. She seems to think I'm sleeping, and she has a question. I look like the Border Patrol checkpoint is open. Now she's got to call me while I'm going through the damn Border Patrol checkpoint. I'm going to tell her she's going to have to hang on. Hey, you picked a bad time. I'm going through the Border Patrol checkpoint. Just give me a minute and I'll get with you. I'm just west of Las Cruces. Yeah, because I'm like, I saw a notification saying something about when I get up. Like, when I get up, I've been driving for like I've been driving for the last 3 hours. What do you? And I'm streaming. That's why, like, and they were able to get a hold of you that way. I'm almost to the booth now. Okay, I'm good. Um, I I'm not understanding that. I take it you are a Catholic. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was say I'm Baptist. I never heard of that using that. The only people I ever are using having godparents are usually Catholics. Better? That's a pretty dirty name to have. Oh, Purdy. Okay. I thought you said T. Like, what the fuck kind of last name is that? Oh, that's funny. Oh, that would have been hilarious if there was such a company like that, Turdy Brothers. I'm gonna, not gonna look that up, see if there is a company like that. Or any, or look in a phone book, or whatever, to see if anybody has a last name named Turdy. That's a pretty shitty last name to have, literally. Oh man. And you say you start with them on the 27th? Oh, okay. Okay, that's good. Uh, so, what kind of range does this Purdy Brothers cover? You said Louisiana on one end, but what about clearly? So that's good. And then you're in what part of West Virginia again? Oh, okay, way up there in that little panhandle thing, then, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, the Ohio River Valley area. Yeah. Yeah, you know, I have a lot of ancestors from Wheeling. Yep. Yep, Zane family. There's a lot of Zane family history right there in that area. And you go, yeah, and then you go across into Ohio. You know that city, Zanesville. Yeah, that was founded by one of my ancestors. Yep, yep. Lots of Zanes all over the place there. I don't know too many of them, but yeah, we're right. You know, not too many Zanes in California. There's a pretty decent number there, but it's all really exact. We only ended up over there because my grandparents, actually on both sides, three of my four grandparents served in the military, and they were all three of them who did serve were Army Air Force, Army Air Corps, whatever, and they all ended their careers in. Imagine that, and that's how the story of my existence in California came to be. And time flies. He's what 7 months, almost 8 months now. Yeah, doesn't even seem like it was that long ago. Oh, yeah, that can be fun. Okay, all right, bye. 30 miles west of Las Cruces. You can say I'm roughly halfway between Las Cruces and Deming. Actually, maybe a little bit closer to Deming. Oh no, yeah. Now, right around halfway between Las Cruces and Deming. I've never even heard of it if it is. I'm heading toward Arizona. The load is going to Riverside, California. I'm doing an 8-2 split. I did an 8-hour sleeper berth trade and then took off. I will be stopping in eastern Arizona for a mandatory 2-hour break. And then after that, I will continue on and hopefully into western Arizona. Somewhere to at least Tonopah, if not a little further, by the time I end my day. I may even end up stopping at that pilot off exit 45 or something. We'll see how it goes, but even Tonopah, the pilot there will probably be fine. I can set up, take a shower or whatever, and then run it. Although, longer, the closer I can get, I don't know, then again, no. Yeah, the easier time I'll have getting there tomorrow. To do Thursday morning at 5. I expect to be there tomorrow evening around maybe 7:30 or so, maybe even 7. I don't know. If I do the 8-2, if I stick with the 8-2 splits all the way in, I should be able to get there by around 7:30, whatever it is. If I do 10-hour breaks, it'd be more like 9 or so, 9 or even 11, but. So I got one. So I'm gonna do a 2-hour break here in eastern Arizona, and then I'll do an 8-hour break in hopefully in Tonopah or further west, and then I shouldn't need any more breaks after that. At least before I reach Riverside. I could take my time and then just run it straight in when it's time to deliver, but I can also set myself up for a quicker reload if I get there early. reload pretty soon, very soon after I deliver. Too, but since I, especially on a run at night, and I tend to get sleepy around 4 a.m. or whatever. Well, I don't know, we'll see. I figure, since I was already awake anyway, I'd rather just drive when I'm awake regardless. So, had a shitty internet connection there in Van Horn anyway. Jim, I guess you're out of here, so have a good night.
Go-karts and cash from Scandia and Victorville. BBNG.com 3 hours ago. Victorville, Caliph. BBNG.com, over 25K in go-karts and cash were stolen during a burglary at Scandia Family Fun Center in Victorville. Sometime between April 2nd and April 13, 2020, an unknown suspect or suspects entered the property in the 12,600 block of Mariposa Road in Victorville, officials said. A sign on the front of the business reads, Scandia is temporarily closed at this time. On March 14, the CA governor issued a mandatory stay-at-home order that forced non-essential businesses everywhere to close their doors. Victorville Sheriff's spokeswoman Mara Rodriguez told BBNG the suspects stole multiple go-karts from the outside storage area and cash from inside the business. The total loss was estimated to be more than $25,000, stated Rodriguez. Rodriguez said there was no surveillance footage available and there are no leads at this time. Anyone with information is asked to call the Victorville Police Department at 760-241-2911. To follow updates to this article and more, join our news group on Facebook with over 135,000 members, like our Facebook page, and follow us on Instagram and Twitter.
That sucks. They were essentially looted because of the fact that they were forced to be shut down because of COVID-19. people that don't want to make an honest buck take stupid risks like that, or don't know what kind of problems they cause for other people for their own gain. Whoever did that needs their ass beat. Same here. Validity to that argument. Plus, if you put them in jail, all they do is learn from the cohorts who are also in jail better ways to and perfect their criminal behavior. I don't even give them that opportunity. Or whatever, then hey, people are going to really think twice about having behaviors like that if they know it's going to literally cost them a body part. I say instead of jail, just spend them, keep them like bound up for about a week or something, and then just every single day have a bunch of people take a bunch of whacks at them with a belt. Spend a whole week getting swatted or whatever with a belt, whatever. And when they're done, let them go, and then say you catch you doing it again, then next time it's going to be your arm coming off or your hand coming off, whatever. permanent marks, won't be any permanent disabilities, whatever. But it'll be an extremely unpleasant experience for them. And to learn, hey, whoa, I don't ever want to do this again. Careful about how many people know that kind of stuff, though. It's good to have that kind of security, Ziggy, but there are also ways to circumvent that kind of stuff. There's someone intent on getting around your known security setup. They might know ways to get around it, like cutting wires if they can get to them, or covering up the lens so it can't pick up stuff or whatever. Ever watched that TV show that used to be on called To Catch a Thief? That was always really interesting. Yeah, I bet I'd seen that where someone had security cameras at their house, and this show, To Catch a Thief, basically it was a reformed thief that, he used to do, he basically did time. And then he basically started a security consultation company, basically where he'll try to break into people's homes and steal whatever he can, but they know that he's coming. They just don't know when or how he's going to do it. And so they'd set up security cameras, like surveillance cameras, all over the house and all that before they actually do the thing. And then at some random time, they'll scope out how they do, what their habits are, what kind of security system they have, and all that. And it's still all kinds of stuff. Then he'd come back and bring all the stuff back and show the family just how much he made off with, and tell them, look, you need to upgrade your security system. I mean, for one, you guys aren't aware of your surroundings or whatever, or you have a lot of holes in your security system here with your house, with your home or whatever. And there was one where he showed up there was like a nanny taking care of a bunch of kids there. He was even in the room when the nanny came in there, and she never noticed him. That was a really interesting show. the Arizona line now.
Exclusive JC. Penny explores bankruptcy as hopes for recovery fade. Sources. By Mike Spector. New York, Reuters. JC. Penny Co. Inc. is exploring filing for bankruptcy protection after the coronavirus pandemic forced the U.S. retailer to temporarily shut its 850 department stores, upending its turnaround plans, according to people familiar with the matter. The Plano, Texas-based company has access to enough cash to survive in the months ahead, even as revenue dries up because of the store closures, the sources said. Still, the company is contemplating a bankruptcy filing as one way to rework its unsustainable finances and save money on looming debt payments, which include significant annual interest expenses, the sources added. Concerns about prolonged store closures, and some of the sources said. JC. Penny has not made any final decisions on how to address its strained finances outside of bankruptcy court proceedings, the sources added. There is also a possibility that JC. Penny will be able to secure rescue financing, one of the sources said. The sources spoke on condition of anonymity to discuss confidential deliberations. JC. Penny has been engaged in discussions with its lenders since mid-2019 to evaluate options to strengthen its balance sheet and maximize its financial flexibility, a process that has become even more important as our stores have also closed due to the pandemic, a company spokeswoman said in a statement. The pandemic has created unprecedented challenges, she said, adding the company remains focused on its turnaround plan and looks forward to reopening stores. JC. Penny attempted unsuccessfully to persuade creditors earlier this year to restructure and push out due dates on portions of its nearly $4 billion of long-term debt without the need for bankruptcy proceedings. It hoped to buy time for Chief Executive Jill Solto's turnaround plan to bear fruit, as it faced fierce competition from e-commerce firms as well as discount retailers such as the TJX Inc., Marshalls and TJ Maxx chains. JC. Penny had recently made some strides in its turnaround attempt, meeting or exceeding guidance on financial objectives for 2019 and improving sales at some stores. The company has been reducing inventory and refocusing on its core higher-margin business of selling mid-priced apparel to middle-class families. The novel coronavirus outbreak threw a wrench in its plans. The 118-year-old company, which has had to furlough some of its roughly 85,000 employees and slash spending, is now considering skipping looming debt payments and filing for bankruptcy to address its debt, the sources said. Its online business is still running, though it does not contribute to the lion's share of the company's sales. The coronavirus outbreak has hammered traditional brick-and-mortar department store operators and other retailers that had to close their doors to customers to curb its spread. They were already struggling as consumers shifted to online shopping before the coronavirus infected more than 500,000 Americans, resulting in more than 23,000 deaths. Macy's Inc., the largest U.S. department store operator by sales, has tapped advisors at investment bank Lazard Limited and law firm Kirkland & Ellis LLP to explore options including new financing, Reuters reported this week. Last week, Pierre Nordstrom said it borrowed $600 million against its real estate. Neiman Marcus Group, another department store operator, is advancing bankruptcy preparations, Reuters reported earlier this month. Debt payments due. J.C. Penney needs to make a debt payment of roughly $12 million on Wednesday, followed by a $105 million bond repayment due in June. The retailer must also contend with about $300 million in annual interest expenses, and faces more than $2 billion of debt maturing in 2023, according to regulatory filings. J.C. Penney in March drew down $1.25 billion from its revolving credit line. On March 31, it said it was also evaluating other financial options, without providing further details. But in another sign of J.C. Penney's financial woes, the company has added corporate turnaround experts at Alex Partners LLP who specialize in urgently addressing stressed finances to its roster of advisors, one of the sources said. Bloomberg News reported on that appointment on Monday. J.C. Penney's revenue could plunge more than 25% this year, according to Fitch Ratings Inc. The credit ratings firm predicts that could cause J.C. Penney's earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation and amortization to turn materially negative to the tune of $400 million in 2020. J.C. Penney bonds due in 2023 were trading at roughly 43 cents on the dollar on Tuesday, according to Refinitiv Icon data, indicating investor concerns about the company's ability to repay its debts. Reporting by Mike Spector in New York, additional reporting by Jessica DiNapoli in New York, editing by Greg Meliodas and Matthew Lewis.
Doesn't sound too good for them. And Neiman Marcus now talking about going into bankruptcy also. Sounds like more brick and mortar problems in general. Another bad thing about shutting down the economy to prevent people from getting killed by COVID-19. Start hearing a lot about suicides and murder suicides, or like it might have been pretty filled up though. Buenas noches, Juan Francisco. ¿Cómo estás? Now, so it's 117-mile range. I'm coming up on a 66, so 117 minus 66 is 51 miles? Yeah, 51 miles is just enough to get me to Wilcox. Stopping in San Simon anyway, though, just for the if there's a better chance I might find parking there. See how it goes, though. See, from Van Horn to Riverside, have 140 miles. Plus 165 of New Mexico, that's 305. I got 390 of Arizona, so that's 695. So just short of 700 miles to California from Van Horn, and then got about 170 more or so from California line to maybe 175-ish, whatever, from the California line to the receiver. So really about 875 miles total. If I do at least 600, that'll put me down to 275. Ideally, if I can do more than 600 on this shift, then if it's, I get down closer to 250 or whatever. Oeste de Deming, New Mexico. Deming, Nuevo Mexico. Voy a San Simon, Arizona. Beer, how you doing? Yeah, I just sent 1,000 earlier today. Thank you. Can't tell who that is. The road's a little bumpy, so I'm having a hard time reading that name there. Like Fargo for the last name. It's the shaking. I can't tell what the name is though on the first name. Sorry. Welcome. How you doing? Estás bien. What kind of question do you have, Shaq? Yeah, where are you located? On there. Oh, how did I like Menifee? Yeah, I didn't mind it there. I lived in the Sun City area. A lot of old people there in Sun City. That's a retirement community. Well, it wasn't too bad. I knew several of the neighbors. We'd even have block parties every so often, but bad news is we get a lot of the shitbags from Paris would come over and commit crimes in our area, or like even steal people's cars or break into them, whatever, and then they'd end up back up in Paris. Yeah, the core of Menifee though, I didn't mind it at all though. And I was right next to right next to a hill that I could go hiking up and down a lot, which was always cool. I take it you're familiar with Menifee or have some kind of a history with Menifee? Juan Francisco and Hawaii. Through Madera not too long ago there, Jerry. So I had a delivery last week in Turlock. I went right through Madera on the way up there, and then I went right back down to right back through Madera on the way down to pick up my reload in Dinuba. through Madeira on the way up that way. I had a delivery up in Turlock. That was just last week. It's right before the load that I picked up and took to Texas, which is right before the one I'm on right now. Highway 146 southbound. Yeah, mile marker 50. Juan Francisco, estoy 50 millas este de Arizona ahora. Shock was talking about. Okay. I thought he said Menifee because I was talking about Menifee earlier. It was hard to read it because of the bouncing. Let's see if I can reposition this, get it more secure. Alright, I know. He was asking about Menifee. Oh, I guess it was Madeira, yeah. It's right by Atwater, or is that Merced? I always forget. noches. Derailment messes that's getting cleaned up. One that's been there for well over a year and pretty well cleaned up now, but they're still working on it. Can't see it right now, but when I came through here the other day, I did so during the daytime, and you were able to people watching were able to see the progress made. truck number. Because I'm not the only blue Peterbilt out here, but I probably am the only one with the white fire stick antenna mounted to my rear. In fact, I actually saw another blue Pete going the other way earlier during my previous shift. A few of us still out here, not very many though. Oh, that's right, yeah. Because Madera is also a different as Madera County as well. Just north of Fresno is where it switches from Fresno County to Madera County. Alright, Separ, New Mexico. Exit 42. SEPAR. Valley or something.
Access to this page has been denied.
Assholes.
Access to this.
I do it this way.
Times. Investors Business Daily free in Google Play View. Breaking, futures fall slightly after strong market rally. Sign in. New to investors.com. Start here. Stock market today. Dow Jones Futures, coronavirus stock market rally soars as two wrongs go right. Amazon, Nvidia
Don't
lead
care
new
about
breakouts
Dow futures.
licensing.
Tell me about S&P 500
Ed
futures.
Carson 10:57 p.m. ETO 4/14/2020.
Hey there.
Dow Jones Futures fell modestly late Tuesday, along with S&P 500 futures and Nasdaq out in the coronavirus. MSFT, Viva Systems, VEV. Apple stock cleared its 50-day as the Nasdaq Composite rallied above its 50 and 200-day lines. After the close, Teladoc TDOC reported strong preliminary Q1 revenue figures, reflecting booming telemedicine demand during the coronavirus crisis. Airlines and the Treasury Department reached a deal, leading stocks from a variety of sectors, including e-commerce, software, medical products and drugs, are actionable. Corona Coronavirus cases in the US and worldwide hit new milestones Wednesday, but there's broad progress on flattening the curve in new COVID-19 cases. That's raising hopes for easing coronavirus shutdowns, fueling the stock market rally. Amazon stock and Nvidia stock joined IBD leaderboard, while Microsoft stock is on the leaderboard watchlist. AMZN stock, MSFT stock, VEEV stock are all on SwingTrader. Viva stock, Microsoft stock and NVDA stock are all on the IBD 50 list. Microsoft stock is on the IBD long-term leaders list, while Viva stock is on the LTL watch list. Dow Jones futures today. Dow Jones futures fell 0.5% versus fair value. S&P 500 futures retreated 0.55%. Nasdaq 100 futures slipped 0.45%. In the past several days, Dow Jones futures have been relatively calm, though the big gains or losses are not uncommon. Remember that overnight action in Dow futures and elsewhere doesn't necessarily translate into actual trading in the next regular stock market session. Join IBD experts as they analyze leading stocks in the coronavirus market rally on IBD Live. Coronavirus cases. Worldwide coronavirus cases are above 1.998 million, while COVID-19 deaths topped 126,000. U.S. coronavirus cases topped 613,000, with New York State accounting for more than 202,000. COVID-19 deaths nationwide are just above 26,000. New coronavirus cases in the U.S. and worldwide declined for a third straight day on Monday. New cases picked up slightly on Tuesday to 26,945, but the percentage gain continued to slow to 4.6%. Daily coronavirus deaths hit a new high Tuesday of 2,407. New York State reported a decline in net hospitalizations and a reduction in patients on ventilators. Europe continues a slowing trend, though the UK is showing hefty increases in cases and deaths. As coronavirus shutdown ends, get ready for the masked economy. Coronavirus stock market rally. The coronavirus stock market rally had another powerful day, raising confidence in its staying power. The Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 2.4%, the S&P 500 Index 3.1%, and the Nasdaq Composite nearly 4%. The Nasdaq Composite cleared key technical levels as it extended its winning streak for 4 straight days. The Nasdaq hadn't had back-to-back gains since Feb. 29 March 1, and that barely qualified. Apple stock and Microsoft stock both popped about 5% in Tuesday's stock market trading. Both AAPL stock and MSFT stock are Dow Jones, S&P 500 Index and Nasdaq components, with market caps above $1 trillion. Amazon stock, the third U.S. company with a $1 trillion valuation, spiked more than 5% to a record high. Google stock and Facebook stock rallied 1.9% and 4.5%, respectively. Growth stocks had a strong session. Among the best ETFs, the iShares Expanded Tech Software Sector ETF, IGV, rose 4.2%, with Microsoft stock the number one holding. The VanEck Vectors Semiconductor ETF, SMH, popped 4.4%, with NVDA stock just one of many hot chipmakers pushing that higher. Both the IGV and SMH ETFs jumped above their 50-day and 200-day lines Wednesday, like the Nasdaq. Coronavirus shutdown easing soon. Fueling the coronavirus stock market rally are hopes that the U.S. and other countries can start to think about easing coronavirus shutdowns and start an economic recovery. Several automakers are getting ready to reopen European plants, with others making noise about restarting U.S. locations. Spain is starting to allow some construction and manufacturing. New York and several neighboring states plan to coordinate on an eventual reopening of the economy, while California, Washington and Oregon will do the same. However, the risk is that opening up the economy could spark a new wave of infections, forcing renewed shutdowns. Singapore is a possible warning. The city-state on Tuesday added more than 300 cases for a second straight day. Singapore recently shut down schools and non-essential businesses after relying, seemingly successfully, on test, track and trace programs to keep the outbreak at bay. Right now, coronavirus testing in the U.S. is far below what many experts say would be needed to try to open up the economy. Track and trace programs are barely off the drawing board in most places. Amazon stock. The e-commerce giant is hiring another 75,000 people to meet increased demand, on top of the 100,000 already hired during the coronavirus crisis. Amazon Web Services is likely enjoying strong demand as the stay-at-home trend spur increased cloud computing demands. Amazon stock jumped 5.3% to 2,283.32, clearing a 2,186.05 cup base buy point. Volume was above average. The relative strength line for Amazon stock has been ramping up again, nearing its late March record high. Amazon stock has a best possible IBD composite rating of 99. AMZN stock was Wednesday's IBD stock of the day. Nvidia stock. One of several data center chip makers to power higher in the coronavirus stock market rally as internet demand booms, Nvidia stock decisively reclaimed a 275.50 cup with handle entry. NVDA stock rose 5.2% to 283.95, also clearing the April 7 intraday peak of 278.25 when shares momentarily cleared the buy point. Volume was well below normal. Nvidia stock has a 99 composite rating. Microsoft stock. The Dow Jones Tech Titan is a quasi-coronavirus play. The work-at-home trend is just fine for Windows and Office, especially online versions. Its Teams product serves video conferencing and collaboration needs. And, like Oz, Microsoft Azure is riding the cloud computing trend. Microsoft stock rose nearly 5% to 173.70, clearing an alternate entry of 170.10 from a not-quite handle. MSFT stock is just below a 175.10 buy point from a double bottom base, according to MarketSmith analysis. The RS line for Microsoft stock is just below all-time highs after running up during the recent market crash and the coronavirus stock market rally. MSFT stock has a 98 composite rating. Viva stock. Viva stock climbed 6.6% to 173.59, powering through all kinds of resistance Wednesday. VEV stock cleared a 168.07 buy point from a short cup base within a much longer consolidation. But Viva stock also cleared two other intraday peaks in the 168 to 170 area. Intraday, Viva stock hit 176.90, exactly matching its July 2019 peak. That could offer another entry. BEV stock has a 99 CR. Eli Lilly stock. LLY stock rose 4.6% to 151.11, clearing a 147.97 buy point. Volume was well below average. Eli Lilly stock had previously moved above a 144.10 early entry. Eli Lilly stock has a 99 composite rating. Don't miss the coronavirus stock market rally. In addition to these stocks listed, there were several other breakouts, including Masimo, Mossy, Limelight Networks, LLNW, and Mellanox Technologies, MLNX. Teladoc stock rebounded from its 10-week line bullishly last week but has only been consolidating for a few weeks after a big run in 2020. Several other stocks are setting up. Apple stock, Facebook stock, Google stock, Adobe, ADBE, and others are signaling that they are on the mend. All four cleared their 10-week moving averages, though only Adobe and Apple stock cleared their 50-day lines. Even if these tech giants don't lead the coronavirus stock market rally, their contributions can keep the indexes trending higher. After such a big run, the coronavirus stock market rally could pause or pull back. A deeper retreat could always happen, as markets mull the prospects of a long recovery from a severe recession. So don't get overextended. But with the Nasdaq leading and growth stocks breaking out, this is a time to be taking part in the market rally. The first several weeks after a bear market can offer the biggest gains, as in the first quarter of 2019. Read the big picture every day to stay in sync with the market direction and leading stocks and sectors. Please follow Ed Carson on Twitter at IBD_eCarson for stock market updates and more. You may also like the big.
Alright. So, kind of an upbeat tone overall, it sounds like. And what I found most fascinating is Procter & Gamble and, well, somebody else reported earnings this morning. a few spots open at Pilot too. Interesting. Was not expecting that. So I might get lucky and have a good parking situation in Arizona also. Station is open. Now the question is, will the way station in Arizona be open? Star up ahead. You remember how the stock market tanked after 9/11? Only took 57 days to recover. Yes, I remember that. It does. This one it does have a lot of reminiscence to that, doesn't it? I'm not surprised, but I gotta watch out for. People losing jobs and I mean more permanently. Let's see, the Loves. I see a hand. I see at least a few spots open over there. So people without jobs and they're not spending money. That is a great way to create a much worse. Recessionary snowball. Today in one of the trucker Facebook groups, the guy who is in the reefer industry, I guess he said he wasn't getting that many miles. He was kind of wondering why. And I told him I'm not having any trouble getting miles still. I still get 3,000 plus like I always do. But he had also said to someone else that it's like, yeah. Reefer, everybody needs their food and drink, so you would think that we'd be okay. Like, but they're not getting. He said he's always been told there aren't any loads. So yeah, you would think that there'd still be loads there because of our industry or our part of the industry. freight not being, even like Walmart's, I'm hearing, they have stuff on the store shelves that are actually not allowing people to buy them, even though they're on the shelves, because they're considered non-essential items. So if they're not selling them, even though they have it and people want to buy it, it causes the supply chain to slow down. And that's going to affect dry van drivers and in some other areas, the well, not so much flatbed. I guess flatbed is more sensitive to farm equipment, construction equipment, and of course, like in Scotty's case, dealing with utility poles or whatever those are that those logs that he was hauling today. Anyway, a lot of that is, they're more likely to take bigger hits in a time like this than reefer will, but the problem is, a lot of those guys who normally would run dry van or flatbed might start switching to reefer freight because there's still, it might still be, there's still stuff going on here. It doesn't pay that well, but it's at least it's steady for the most part. I think it is still, even reefer freight though is dropping from my understanding, but I told him with let's see, there were two reasons why the shippers actually have more bargaining power in this situation. One, because those other truckers are willing to get into reefer and we don't normally, so now we got more drivers and less freight, which gives the shipper more bargaining power. And now with a lot of meat plants getting shut down too, we're losing a lot of loads because of that. A lot of plants getting shut down because a lot of their employees are testing positive for COVID-19. So we got two bad things there going on for the reefer industry, and I'm not surprised that we're losing freight. This freight issue, that's why I always make sure my DM knows in advance what my PTA is, so she can effectively request a particular load that I can actually, that'll keep me moving. I just did a 34-hour reset. I didn't technically need it. I was low on hours, but I had really good recaps to work with, and I went ahead and did a 34 as a convenience. And before I did that, I had logged 3,688 miles over the last 7 days. So miles are there for people who actually are reliable. I'll just put it that way. If you're efficient and productive with your time, and you're easy for dispatchers and planners to deal with, yeah, they're going to make sure you're taken care of. If you're always a pain in the ass to them, well, guess what? You go to the bottom of the rotation. But what are you referring referring to there with grabbing a spot, Jerry? Talking about the TA and the TA over there in Wilcox, or you're talking about freight in general? Didn't quite understand the context of that one. Talking about parking. Now, when I get to Arizona, where to actually stop. About stopping at the rest area as soon as I get in Arizona, but I think it might be a little soon. So I'm trying to think ahead to when I get through with my 8 hour, when I do an 8-hour break after the end of the shift, I want to make sure I have hours to work, enough hours to work with to reach Riverside without having to stop after that. Shut down interstate commerce and it's over, that's for sure. Yep, I agree. Consumer spending has a lot to do with the firing for the economy, and gonna have to start watching credit default figures too. So when credit defaults go up, then people aren't able to continue to spend money. That's another thing that can put us into a more systemic recession. Now, honestly, I'm a little surprised I saw that many open spots too. Now, Love's looked like, well, at least on the back row, on the row that I could see, I saw at least 3 or 4 open spots, and then there might have been more open spots on the row on the opposite side, but yeah, I was really surprised at what I saw over at Flying J and Pilot at this hour. And I've stopped at both those places before, and there are times when maybe you might find a couple of spots open at Pilot or something. To Arizona. If there are that many open spots here in New Mexico, there's also a chance I'm going to find open spots in Arizona. And then at this hour, usually if truck stops are going to be full, they're going to be full already by this time. Not always the case, but it's more often than not that the truck stops fill up by around 6, 7 p.m. or whatever, 7, 8, whatever. Maybe 9. It's going to be after 11 p.m. by the time I decide I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop in either San Simon or Wilcox. We'll take a peek at what the truck stop there in San Simon looks like as I'm passing by, and if it looks good, then well, either way, I might stop there. guys for JCT. Alright, crossing into Arizona now. Expected 305 plus a few extra because of speedometer and odometer calibration, and then also because I got off the freeway to get fuel. Doing a 34 on the petrol and grants. Oh, good luck with that. Tell me how many times people ask you for handouts while you're there. I hate stopping there just because of that. Every time I've ever stopped there, I've always gotten hit up for money from people. Religions class, all right. All right, see how crowded this rest area is, just out of curiosity. Not a lot of, actually there are open spots here in the rest area too. That's a good sign. Ah, hang on, I didn't realize that I don't have my ringer on. I had to actually look at the screen and notice it. Yeah, no, I tried to answer, but it hung up right before I got to it. You can call me back. So I didn't realize it was ringing until I turned my head and looked at it. Yeah. Just happened to notice that it was up on the screen. Trying to call you back. Oh? What the hell? We're playing phone tag here. Alright. How about this? When I get past the way station, call me back, because apparently we're playing some phone tag here. Hey, what's up? Oh man, we were playing phone tag. I tried calling you, and then when I was trying to call you, you called me. Huh. Oh yeah, they take some. They're a little tedious, aren't they? Yeah. Oh yeah. Hmm. Huh. Yeah, you open that door. Yeah. I'm going west. 10. Yeah, I just went past the way station here in Arizona. Well, actually, I'm still getting ready to pass it. I'm next to the exit lane thing, whatever. Really? That's it? Yeah, and then on Tuesdays, a lot of times what happens is a lot of trucks go into California on Monday mornings to deliver, and then they'll pick up their reloads, whatever, and then end up back out in their New Mexico on like Tuesday or Wednesday. And wow, yeah, usually Tuesday nights going into New Mexico, I notice are pretty busy. Uh, I don't know how you know, you're the you're like the third person I think I've heard who's got a 2020 Kenworth with APU alternator problems. Like, why the hell was, I mean, people talk shit about these freaking carrier APUs, but then those Thermo Kings, like, I keep hearing about these alternators going bad on brand new APUs. Still, okay, how many hours do you have on that APU? Uh, and you already got a bad alternator. Man, I just went through my first alternator on mine, and yeah, I guess I just got it replaced when I was at the mothership a couple weeks ago, and uh, you know what? I got 12,000 hours on my APU. Oops. Oh, oh. Something to watch for on that because I have a problem with mine too, and what it is the mount on the right side is bent. The bumper guard itself, or the deer guard, whatever you want to call it. Uh, yeah, I gotta eyeball this because the Chevron station or whatever. Yeah, it's right here in San Simon. I'm trying to see how the parking situation is here. Yeah, look like there are plenty of spots open here. So yeah, and this is where I was originally gonna stop anyway for my 2 hour break. So I'm doing 8-2 split. Right? Yeah, I know that feeling. I kind of get the same way. We're like, where the hell was I just at? You know? Right? Wow. Yeah. Man, this freaking lot here is cratered pretty bad. No, the Chevron station over in San Simon. There's a JCT here. Who's this? Is in his driver's seat smoking too. 3739 Echo. Yeah. Yeah, what can I say? I'm a nerd. Ah. Oh, Josh Trout, yeah. It's all XPO trucks here doing trailer swaps. It's freaking lots in shitty shape too. What the fuck? Man, damn it. I don't want to go through here. This should be all right here, but never gonna watch out. It's I'll go. Holy shit, man! They seriously need to do something with this. Right? Damn. Right? All right, this should be good enough here, though. Hon- Honestly, though, I'm kind of tempted. I'm half tempted to just go to, yeah, just press on and go to, shit, right? Yeah, Uh, all right, so I'm parked for the next 2 hours. I'm gonna get me some rest. So that's all right. Yeah, yeah. All right, man. I'm gonna get off the phone and get me a little bit of rest before I finish the rest of my shift. So. All right. Okay. Bye. All right, guys. I made it to San Simon. You see the nasty condition that this parking lot is in. Which I'm kind of, I don't know. I really want to even stay here, but I'll be all right. Yeah, I made it through. You made it into here, so I can make it back out. So, all right. I'm gonna be on. I got to do a mandatory 2-hour break because I'm doing an 8-2 split. I'll only be here for a couple more hours, I hope. So about 1 a.m. or so, I plan to go back on duty. And hopefully get out past Phoenix on the second half if all goes well. So if you guys are still up, I might be up and streaming. I don't know. I can actually reach Riverside from here if I want to, but I want to get further out if I can. So well, if you guys are up, fine. If I'm up to it, whatever, and you guys are up, and come check me out, I guess, if you want, in a couple more hours. All right, thanks, guys. Have a good night.